You hear it?
Yeah, I hear it. It's okay. We're not. It's okay. Not worried about that. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Corey, start your roll. Start your roll, Corey. Forward, forward. Sponsors up. Cuban stand by. All right, Cuban, go ahead and start.
Pikes Peak International Raceway and Hot Import Nights welcomes you to the inaugural Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival, powered by XRP Ledger. To anyone and everyone here, near or around Pikes Peak International Raceway or Colorado Springs, we recommend you make your way down here. This is an event with time attack, drifting, car shows, and music at night. This is the inaugural event here being put on by Pikes Peak International Raceway just a weekend after everyone went up the mountain. There is a beautiful shot right there. To everyone out there, we thank you for joining us. We hope to bring you an amazing event, an amazing stream, and we hope to really show you what these competitors are all about.
All right, Cuban, we're going to send Tiffany in less than 3, 2, 1.
All righty, here we go. Let's get this thing started. We've got a great weekend of competition going on. Here we are with Time Attack. First group's about to go out. We're going to have some drift. We've got shows. We've got a little bit of everything. A lot of music going on as well. So just pack your lunch, get here, have a great time. Don't bring your lunch. There's food trucks. We got some great ones. What are you looking for next?
You know, I'm really excited to see these guys, all the hard work that they have put into being here. Excited to see what challenges they face and overall see who winds up on top.
Lots of variety in the field as well. You've got everything from a dealership bought car to the GC Challenge car that's back here. Those kind of cars are racing overseas in the Endurance Series this past weekend at Spa, so this is serious contention. Look at this Monster LS7 Porsche 914 car, full chassis, center drive. That's going to be a lot of fun. Quite the variety. Have you picked out a favorite yet?
Well, that's Strauch. He's been racing for 35 years. I was talking to him a while ago, and he seems really ready, really prepared, so I'm eager to see what he pulls out.
I think it's going to be a beast. Going to be a lot of fun. Let's get this started.
That's our team on the ground right there, Les and Tiffany. They're going to be down there the entire weekend trying to help you get to know these drivers, teams, crews, cars, everything better. For those of you curious what is going on here, this is a brand new Time Attack event here to the United States. Ascend is trying to bring motorsports back to the regular person, to the point where they have offered big payouts for this event. I want to give you a quick breakdown. This event has a payout of $10,000 to the first person to break the overall track record. $10,000 to the person with the fastest lap of the event. In essence, you could technically just bring home $20,000 for laying down a flyer. This is what Time Attack is about. You versus the clock, you versus the track. And for these competitors to have something to fight for, it's incredible. So let's talk about the first 3 or 4 cars going out right now, okay? In the very front, that GTR is owned by David Hagsma, but it's actually being driven by Ferris Khartoumi of his twin-turbo Corvette fame. Ferris was to be here in his Corvette, but because of shipping scheduling to get his Corvette to World Time Attack, he had to cancel, and it was heartbreaking. David Hagsma stepped up and said, you can co-drive with me, so seeing Ferris out here really is exciting. The record is actually owned by Ferris Khartoumi himself, so he would be trying to break his own record. Also in TA1 is going to be Chris Shellhart and Mike Dussold, who is not on track yet, I don't believe. That is the one person we don't have out, Mike Dussold. So we have Chris Strauch, Chris Shellhart, and Ferris Khartoumi on track right now. For those of you that don't know Pikes Peak International Raceway, it is a Roval-style setup. It is a beautiful track. It lends itself to speed. It's a high-commitment track, high speed. It is not the largest track out there, but to all drivers that have been here, they tell you it takes a lot to pick up time here. While these drivers are warming up, let me go ahead and get you some classing here. This classing may not be like things you're used to from other Time Attack orgs. So while Ferris is starting his very first flyer, Let's see if we can get you some classing. It does look like Ferris pulled off. Okay, so whatever was going on, Ferris had started a flying lap and immediately pulled off. He obviously had something going on with the car, and we will try to get you that information ASAP. Right there, car number 56, Mr. Chris Strouch. It is a beautiful Porsche built to go up Pikes Peak. If I'm not mistaken, he purchased this vehicle from one of his good friends. I will get you the information on this. This is a 1970 Porsche 914 wide body. He bought this car back in 2013 from a friend, drove it on the streets for a couple days, then tore it down and started the rebuild from Pikes Peak. This is a ground up tube chassis vehicle. He lays down a 107-148, followed by Chris Shellhart with a 105-826. These two cars are here, are flying. Chris Shellhart is in an exhibition class car, so that is a factory style race car or something of the like, where Chris Strouch is in our unlimited class. Every single class has their own payouts for first, second, and third, on top of the fastest lap of the day, on top of breaking the overall track record initially. I hope we can hear back from our crew on the ground about what's going on with David Hagsma's car and Ferris Khartoumi. These are some really cool looking cars out here. For those of you that don't follow Pikes Peak very much, these cars are built differently. This car in front, this car was built to go up the mountain. So the aero is much more extreme than you would expect on a track. The thinner the air, the more aero it takes to be functional. And honestly, we're up here at Pikes Peak International Raceway at elevation, and I'm sure it's helping him quite a bit. Here's a great shot from our drone of these drivers really pushing the limits. It does look they have both improved on their second laps, but not significantly. Chris Shellhart with a 104.590. Chris Strouch with a 106.648. It does look like he is getting out of the way, allowing him to try to set another flyer. While they're out here battling, let me give you a few more names of people that are going to be coming out on track. Next people out on track are going to be Mr. Scott Crouch, Tim Shepner in his beautiful Evo 9, and Clayton Yates. After that, it's going to be David Hagsma, if there's nothing wrong with the car, in his GTR, Tommy Boileau, and Ben Dankers. Ben Dankers revealing his vehicle for the first time at this event. Very exciting. Eric Williams will be coming out in session 4 with Chris Lathrop, Charles Lincoln, and Michael Pastor. Fifth session is going to be Jake Graham of TGA Performance, Joaquim Sangard, Rich Enriquez, and Brian Janouche. And finally, in the sixth session, it's going to be Grant Nickerson, Daniel Escobar, and Ernie Ramirez. These drivers are all lined up, ready to come out. We're sending them out in small groups. Obviously, this track can handle much more than this. They handle wheel-to-wheel racing. They handle things like that. But we want 2 or 3 to 4 drivers out there being able to set the fastest lap they can. We want to give a huge shout out, though, first to XRP Ledger. Without XRP Ledger, this event would not have been possible. Obviously, without the drivers and fans and the Time Attack community in general, it also would not be possible. But there's a huge shout for them letting us put this event on. J9's Luxury Auto Detailing, MK Mortgage, Strio, Daredevil Coffee, 10th Mountain Whiskey, South Coast Tires, Pepsi, Coors, and City of Fountain. These companies have come out in force to help us put this event on. And without them, we wouldn't be here. And honestly, it gives us nothing but love that they support us and support this racetrack in the way they do. Pikes Peak International Raceway being a staple of Colorado Springs. We're going to go down to our team on the field, see what they have going on down there.
Here we are. The morning barely started. Ferris, come on, man. You break the toys. What's going on?
Oh, man. We put on these Michelins and went out for the first lap. And as I got on the bank, I heard something break. So we either broke the something in the drive line, maybe the diff, or the actual drive shaft itself.
Hey, I know that happens. The bank corners definitely changed the dynamics that are stressed on these cars. You think that was a contributor in your situation with the tires?
The bank probably was some sort of it, but I think also like the way that the car transitioned onto it and then having to grip that the Yokohamas didn't have yesterday and now these sticky tires do, probably also hurt it a little bit. So.
Alrighty. I think I saw one other GTR. Y'all checking the paddock, see if it's being watched, maybe steal a piece out of it?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it just happened, so we're going to maybe get on our phones and see what we can figure out.
There you go. Good luck. Come on, GTR family. We need you here at Pikes Peak International Raceway.
For those of you watching out on the stream, don't forget racehero.io or the Race Hero app on your Android and Apple device is going to be where you want to go to get these lap times. So for those of you watching, I do want to give you some class descriptions. Most people in US Time Attack are used to very specific classes, and it's a lot different here. We have an exhibition class. This is a open class for vehicles built for the sole purpose of competition racing. Things like kit cars, GT3 homologated vehicles, multi-engine vehicles, etc. All tires are permitted, no width, compound, or tread or limitations. This is just where you bring a race car to really show how well you can drive said car. On the juxtaposition of exhibition class is something called Classic 200. Classic 200 would be a enthusiast street S class. This is a 200 treadwear tire. They do have the 255 all-wheel drive, 285 two-wheel drive rule as far as tire width goes. You can have up to a two-way adjustable coilover, only stock suspension locations. Basically what that means is you can't cut the shock towers up and move them. It's an OEM wheelbase class, and the aero may not extend more than 3 inches past the bodywork. So this is where it gets interesting from people coming from like Global Time Attack or Grid Life. Most people in these classes are used to 5 inches. So there are cars here with different aero packages, which is awesome. It's great to see them changing up, you know, pushing themselves, trying to make the car work with what they have. Nothing can extend past the wheelbase, so that's Classic 200. Let's go to Super 200. Super 200 is almost like a limited class. Still a 200 treadwear tire class like a GTA or SLB where they both run the same tire. You can have 3-way adjustables. You can have aftermarket subframes and spindles. Same thing, no more than 3 inches past bodywork, but it's allows a little bit more as far as tires at any width you want. The front splitter and air dam and rear diffuser cannot extend past the center line of the wheel still, but now you can run multiple significant aero components. You can have a big wing, big diffuser, and then the big class is obviously going to be unlimited. Unlimited class is exactly that. Unlimited is all tire types are permitted. We can be on slicks, you can be on a treaded tire on an R compound. It's completely up to you. This is where you can really bring anything and everything. Things like methanol and nitrous are not allowed in the other 2 classes. They are allowed here. There are no aero rules whatsoever. You do what you do. Unlimited classes for you to bring the fastest and best car you can to compete for the fastest lap of the day. And at an event like this where you have basically 20,000 on the line, if you can set that fastest lap, you want to bring the fastest thing you can. Back down to Tiffany. Let's see who she's talking to right now.
All right, I'm here with Chris Strauch. Tell me, how did it feel out there?
A little loose, yeah.
All right, any plans? What are you going to do to tweak it for the next round?
I'm going to leave that up to my guys. I'll give them the feedback and let them make the adjustments, and we'll give it another shot the next session.
All right, well, sounds good. Tell me a little bit about this chassis. What are your favorite parts? What modifications have you done?
This car's been modified from day one. It originally was street legal, and actually drove it to 7-Eleven a couple times when we bought it about 10 years ago, and put a NASCAR chassis under it, cut the body off, put the body on that NASCAR chassis, and was purposely built to go up Pikes Peak. And we did that for 17 years, skipped this year for the first time, and decided to come out here and see what we could do.
Awesome. We're so happy to have you. Good luck next round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's Tiffany talking with Chris Strauch, like I was speaking about when he was on track, in case you missed it. That's a 1970 Porsche 914 wide body. He's here in exhibition class. He's been racing all types of cars for 35 years. He built this car in 2014 to run up Pikes Peak. Up until then, he had competed in Pikes Peak 7 years straight in the super straight and open wheel class. What a lot of people don't know about that car, the car is a full tube chassis with an LS7 twin turbo. I think the coolest part about this story, though, is how he got it. He bought the car from a buddy in 2013. Figured he'd just buy a street car, something to enjoy. Drove it on the street maybe 2 or 3 times and then decided to tear it down and build it for Pikes Peak. It doesn't really get much more race car than that. For those of you that are racers like us, that love the sport, we like to tell people it's a disease. You buy a vehicle thinking you're going to keep it stock, and then here we are, tube chassis, twin turbo LS7. What I do love about him and a lot of these competitors, this is something you're going to hear a lot. We asked every driver what motivates them, and I would say the number one answer we always get is their family. Time Attack is a family sport. You're going to see husbands, wives, kids on the grid with their fathers, with their wives, with their dads, waiting for them to go out, which is just what we love so much about this sport. This may be a niche grassroots sport, but it's been growing in population in the States and all around the world, and it brings us so much joy that companies like Pikes Peak International Raceway and Hot Import Nights would put on an event like this so we could all come out here as a community and help build it and grow, and also give these drivers a platform to really show who they are. Currently, we are waiting for the next session. For those of you that did see early on, it did look like David Hagsma's GTR had an issue. I did see the tow truck go out and pick it up. Whatever it is, we all hope and pray that this is not a serious game-ending issue. David Hagsma may not be the most quote-unquote known name in U.S. Time Attack, but anyone from the West Coast knows this guy's fast. He showed up at Button Willow GTA Finals one year and was only a few tenths off the overall record that's been held for years. This man can drive. He's a silent killer. And I think the coolest part about him is he brought out Ferris Khartoumi, whose car had to be shipped to Australia earlier, and allowed him a co-driver's seat. You're not going to hear about stuff like that ever. Someone offering a seat and their baby at an event with big dollars on the line, this sport is nothing but love.
Alrighty, Group 2 headed out. This is a great contrast to vehicles, 3 different ways to go fast. Mitsubishi, Subarus, and a Vet. Come on now. So keep an eye on this. Like I said, very different approach to a fast group on the track. This is going to be good because you see the different approaches. You've got the all-wheel drive, this is the all-wheel drive. So keep an eye on these. Watch the Vet. He's going to have his hand full.
Right there, Scott Crouch in car 429. He's out there, so is Clayton Yates in his Corvette, and Tim Shepner. Clayton Yates and Tim Shepner both competed at Super Lap Battle USA at Circuit of the Americas. These are proven Time Attack drivers. And you know what I love? You have locals coming out that they have to compete against, people that a lot of you have never seen, and there's nothing better than the competition that brings. I am very biased. For those of you that don't know, I think Tim Shepner has one of the most beautiful Time Attack wheels on the street. I've been saying it for years, but what's funny is we have another car here competing at his inaugural event, and it may be the new Tim Shepner to me. Let's see what kind of lap time Mr. Crouch sets first. I love Clayton Yates. That is not a Z06, by the way, guys. That is absolutely just a Z51 being driven to the extreme. Everyone thinks you really got to come out here with some high-strung Z06 supercharged monster. You don't. Clayton's been flying for years. Every event he comes to is nothing. Woo! Clayton with a 58.712, laying down the fastest lap of our event so far. Tim Shepner with a 103.682. Clayton went out there and laid a flyer. Anyone that's seen him on track before knows this man has a fan base, okay? The entire last event I saw this man, the live stream chat was just asking for more Clayton Yates. Whatever you give, whatever you tell people to have them love you, my friend, you're doing a great job, because I'll tell you, your fan base on the live stream, on Facebook, on YouTube was huge. Same with Tim Shepner, and I hope we get the same kind of love from Mr. Scott Crouch out there. He may be new to our live streams, but he obviously can drive. He's pushing the limits out there. So Mr. Yates does have our fastest lap of the event. This is a 58.385, but our fastest lap is held by another Corvette. Mr. Ferris Car to me, he's in the low 53s. There's a long way to go, don't get me wrong, but it's great to see people going sub-minute first session, first lap out.
All righty, we just talked about that Corvette being a handful out here. Reason that is, that's rear-wheel drive. It's not four-wheel drive like the others running right now. He has to deal with the transition from the flats of the infield course onto the banks. He just pulled in. We're going to go check it out, see why he came in so early on this. Hopefully there was nothing broken.
We're going to talk about Mr. Tim Shepner out there right now, car number 66, the car I'm the most biased of. He's from Las Cruces, New Mexico. He started go-kart racing when he was 9 years old. At the age of 15, he started competing in NASA wheel-to-wheel racing. He got his first import when he was 18, and he got hooked to the car culture since. He started a local time attack series called ASR Super Lap back in 07. The series is still going strong. He bought this Evo in 06, which means he bought it brand new, my friends. After only a few weeks, he began to modify it. Fast forward 17 years, and the car is where it is today. 26,000 hard original miles. And for those of you that don't know, 26,000 track miles, that might as well be 300, 400,000 miles on the street. He's been basically into cars and racing since he was 9 years old, and this is his first time at PPIR. The motivation for this man to be here is his past father who raced and all the friends he races with. This is such a family sport. His father was a racer, and may he rest in peace. We're so glad that he made Tim the man he is today. We do have the fastest car on track, though, being Clayton Yates with a 58.385. You can really see the facility here at Pikes Peak International Raceway. It's it leads itself to a lot. And what I mean by that is obviously it's an oval, it's a great roval, but it's great for drifting too. It's very rare you're at a roval that gives you such a good drifting environment. I think that this track for this event is probably the best choice I have had them make in a long time. You have a nice little go-kart track on the inside. Obviously, it can't go to a track these days without a go-kart track. How are you going to get better? The infield looks great. You have a little mini oval in the infield, big oval on the outfield. We're obviously running the roval orientation here at Pikes Peak International Raceway. The facility is great. The people here are great. I had a chance to talk to some drivers and some fans, and, you know, I'm blessed. I know 70 or 80% of these drivers from the decade plus that we've been, you know, perusing around the United States with every series that we've been with. It's great to see so many of the same faces go from org to org. We've been telling this to people. I've been telling this to people since day one. I don't care who you run with. Let's keep Time Attack strong. Let's keep it alive. You go to a GTA event, awesome. You go to a Grid Life event after, awesome. You make it out here to Ascend, even better. Let's make sure we do what we do. Like Mr. Shepner says, he runs a Time Attack event called ASR Superlap in New Mexico. He started it in 07, and he is still going strong. This sport is growing state to state, and it's amazing to see these local guys who just I would have never even known about without it coming here. Same thing happened in Texas. Superlap Battle comes to Circuit of the Americas. It's not Circuit City, folks. Circuit of the Americas. And the next thing you know, we see cars we've never seen before. Ferris Khartoumi comes to the inaugural event in his naturally aspirated car he ran one lap with. Next thing you know, he has a twin-turbo car breaking records across the United States, being shipped to Australia for the biggest Time Attack event in the world, World Time Attack Challenge. Every one of these events that you guys support, every one of these events that you guys follow, bring out new competitors and bring out more life to this sport.
All right, I'm here with Clayton Yates. He just came off the track a little early. Tell me what happened. Was that purposeful or did something break?
So I missed my marker going into the big braking zone. I had ice mode, which is kind of a normal GM thing. Brakes are cold, tires are cold. So instead of risking it, going for another lap, I just went ahead, pulled off, save it for the next session.
Were you pretty happy with your first go-round?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been here, so I was out there trying to learn the track and go fast in the first session. So it was a little sketch, but car felt really good, learning the track, and I think we got quite a bit left in it, yeah.
I'm curious, coming from Utah, how many modifications did you have to make in order to deal with the altitude change here in Colorado?
Yeah, luckily, you know, the computer adjusts for everything. I didn't change anything. If I should have, I don't know, I didn't. But
I guess we'll find out.
So, yeah, I think it's fine, yeah.
All right, good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
That right there is Mr. Clayton Yates, the gentleman I was talking about. Every event he goes to, his fan base follows. I would not be surprised if by the middle to end of this day, every time he's on track, the live stream is blown up by his fans. Clayton Yates, one of the nicest guys out here, really pushes the limits on that Corvette. So our next group going out is going to be Mr. Tommy Boileau and Mr. Ben Dankers. You know, David Hagsma is supposed to go out in his GTR also, but I don't know the issue that they had. I hope to find out soon. But the biggest thing I hope to find out is that whatever it is, it's fixable and they send it again. We lost a great competitor in practice, Mr. Cable Rosenberg and his world-famous 9-liter Viper. Did 11 laps in practice. Car was going strong and had a catastrophic. It's heartbreaking. He towed all the way here from Arizona, just like Ben Dankers did, just like Tim towing from New Mexico. They come out here to really represent, not just represent Time Attack, not just represent their roots, represent the shops that help get them there, but just represent themselves. And for Cable to not be able to go out on track and show the world how good he is and what he's done and how far he's come in his sport, it breaks my heart, but he's still going to get all the love in the world. It would be the best sounding car here if it was running. So, Cable, if you're listening, we're sad not to see you, but we know you're going to come back stronger after this. So let's go ahead and talk about these next people coming out, okay? As you can see on this shot, those two cars on the left, that beautiful Evo and that Subaru wagon, those are going to be the next two cars coming out.
Hey, here we go. More diversity in this. Remember, although they may look like the same bodies on these cars, a lot of times there's quite the variety. We've got everything from built in your own driveway to built in the polished floor shop. But here we are, back to some Mitsus, some Subarus lined up. Remember, it's the mods that change how fast they will take this lap, where they are in the competitive group that they're going to run with. So fear not if you see a Subaru in every single group. That's a really popular chassis with this circle.
Thank you so much, Les. These are the vehicles coming out next session, boys and girls. This vehicle on the right, Mr. Ben Dankers. This is his inaugural event. He's had this car for 3 years, mostly in a build state. I would love to tell you that it would have been together quicker, but it's not possible because this is one bad mother trucker. Ben's been putting this car together with the best parts possible, and it's great to see it out here. It's the first time it's coming into an event, and you know what? No hiccups whatsoever. From what I've heard, it needed a little touch-up with the tune, but nothing bigger than that. To Ben's side is Mr. Tommy. I wish I could tell you I pronounce his name correct, but I'm going to say Tommy Boileau. Oh, you know what? That is not Tommy Boileau, friends. That is going to be someone else. I apologize. They move people around. This Subaru wagon, though, I've seen him out. I've seen the car out here. He's been doing a great job tracking these two cars. This is going to be the fight, right? Everyone talks about one thing. Subaru versus Evo, Mitsubishi versus Subaru. You know what? Mitsubishi stopped making cool cars a long time ago. Let's not lie to each other. But there's nothing more classic than the Evo 8, Evo 9. We're about to see a bug-eye wagon go against an Evo 9 monster. Here they come out going on track. Looks like Ben Dankers is going to have this track to himself. Ben Dankers, inaugural event for his car, very first premiere. You know, he's been giving people teasers of this car for a very long time, and Ben can drive. This car build got him so excited, he bought another Evo to just get seat time. So he has this Evo and a silver Evo. And if you're wondering, the bumper on this car right now is from the silver Evo because the aero rules are so different from what he was building from. He had to go with a whole new front bumper setup. Ben wanted to make it here. He wanted to make sure that he could really show this car off. Him and his team have been putting in a lot of hard work. UMS Tuning has put a lot of hard work into this car, so it's really good to see him out here. He says that he has a lot of experience, guys. Even he says that it takes a little bit to really get up to speed on this Roval. It gets so quick, so fast that you're not expecting it from a track like this. Oh, the car sounds incredible. It does make some really good power, but it's reliable power. This is not a 1,000 horsepower Evo on track. This car, depending on the settings he's on, is anywhere from 550 to 7 something, you know. It's plenty of power. It's got all the right parts on it, very compliant. I think what I love the most is as soon as the car was ready to go, he took it, he went testing with it, he's been doing setup stuff. He brought his own team, he brought a couple guys with him, people that he trusts. And that's the best part about this. He didn't come with a professional team. He didn't come with any of that. He came with his buddy, who I love to death, even though his mustache is creepy. He's my man. And these guys coming out here really pushing the limits of this car make me happy. So what I want to see is I want to see what lap type Ben sets right here on his very first flyer in competition. A 59.750 sub 1 minute lap for Ben right off the rip. That's great to see. He's only going to go down from there. You know, I'm not going to lie. I still believe Tim Shepner has the most beautiful Evo in Time Attack, but the aggressiveness of Ben's car is just something you can't ignore. I just love these cars. You know, bias is real. I bought an Evo when I was 18 years old. I'm so sad I got rid of it, but it's 57,584, 2 seconds. You know what I love about Ben's car? He's on CCWs right now. He showed up on some Volks, left the shop on some Volks, trailered it on some Volks, and then I come and I show up and he's on some CCW 3 pieces. I mean, Ben just likes to bring the style along with the speed. Oh, it does look like we have a little splitter malfunction, though. I know he's going to hear and feel that. Ben is the kind of guy that'll probably finish sending it, or he may make the decision to come in, but this is something they're going to fix ASAP. While Ben is still going on this lap, let's talk about him. I love how honest he is. Every driver here gave us a bio and some information. This is where I'm getting it from. I wish I knew this much about everybody, but I don't. But I do want you to know about them. Ben starts this with, he's always been a fanboy of Evos for many years. He's owned quite a few in his time. A few years ago, he lost a close friend, which spurred him to purchase another Evo and begin building it. What started as a vision for a casual street car quickly escalated into a soon-to-be full-blown race car. This car, as it stands today, represents the initial phase of its transformation. This soft launch is essentially his first event. Oh, okay, so he did bring it in. I thought he was going to come on another flyer really quick. Oh, no, he did finish that lap, 57.464. He picked up more time with the flippy flappy in the front. For those of you that don't know, this car actually... No, it's his other car. He has a silver Evo that belonged to a very famous Evo setup person. His name was Roby Spec. He was very good friends with him. Ben doesn't just like Evos. He lives Evos. He obtained his vehicles by... mostly in its build state. He's had this one for roughly 3 years and mostly in the build state. This is this car's first event, but he's been tracking cars on and off for quite some time. He's never driven Pikes Peak International Raceway. That was a 58.051, so he's starting to lose a little pace. His motivation stems from 3 fundamental things: his family, the pursuit of achievement, and the satisfaction of completing a well-structured plan. Anyone, if you have a chance, go down there in the pits. And not just Ben, guys. He's obviously the one on track. I want to talk about him. But I want you to go down there, and I want you to talk to every one of these drivers. These guys and gals put a lot of work in to be at these events as privateers. And Ben, out of a lot of people I've ever met, he doesn't just come. He makes a plan. He makes backup plans. He has backups for backup plans. Like right now, he had a splitter malfunction. So he's going to come in, and I guarantee you they're going to have plan C for this thing to be able to go back out and keep flying. He did a 57.464 in competition for his first laps. He has plenty of pace in this car to take the overall. I know that it's not about the money to him. It's about the completion, the competition, the showing up and doing what you said you were going to come to do. Obviously, $20,000 is very helpful with that, but this is what he is about, and that's what I really appreciate about him. Can we sit back and give some love to this production team, that drone footage right there? I am always in awe with how hard every production team I've ever seen works, but the guys and gals here at the Revolution really put their heart and soul into what they're doing at these Time Attack events. And, you know, I've been blessed to work with them for years at multiple events and multiple facilities, and every time I show up, they're just so ready to go. You know, everyone can say I'm the face or I'm the name or I'm the voice, but without these folks, I wouldn't be anything. And without these folks, people like Ben Dankers wouldn't be able to show off their cars to the world. So great shots by them. Great choice by Pikes Peak International Raceway. Just great all around for the sport. You know, the car seems to be running flawless for Ben. He did 4 laps in a row, 6 laps in a row. Maybe I should learn how to count. He did 6 laps in a row, and it's finally bringing it in. It's great to soft launch a car at a huge event and not have any failures. I'm sure he's excited. The seat time feels great. And honestly, Ben is no slouch behind the wheel. It may be an amazing build, but it's Ben that's making that car go around. And, he may be very unassuming. You speak to him, he's very to himself. He's not what you'd expect a driver to be. He's not cocky. He doesn't go out there and tell you how fast he's going to be, but he really shows you when he's out there. Let's go ahead and shoot it down to Les there in the hot pits. I believe he's standing in front of the car. Still
All righty,
ready to go
Ben
out.
wrapping up his
Car.
session. Got handicapped a little bit. Early in the session, he had the front right portion of his front splitter bounce on the transition between the flats and the bank. That's going to cost him some downforce. It's going to cost him a little bit of turn speed as well. Where it might benefit in some ways, it detracts in others. So he's got his hands full. He's got to get back in there, put that splitter back together, get it to be something that's beneficial instead of a parachute on the front end of his car. We'll see what he does in his second section.
Here the car's still waiting to go out. In the next session, if all the cars are ready to go, it's going to be Eric Williams in that Subaru that I was talking about earlier. I do apologize again. Eric Williams in car number 820, the 2003 Subaru Impreza. Then it'll be Chris Lathrop in what I believe is a Mazda Speed 6. Now, that's a car you don't see very often, and I think that's awesome. The one thing I love about this sport is, yes, you're going to see a lot of the same cars, but you're also going to see cars you'd never seen before time attacking, so I love it. Behind him is going to be Mr. Charles Lincoln. From now on, by the way, you're just going to hear me call him Lincoln. Just wanted you to know his name, but this man goes by Lincoln, and you got to respect that. That's an 05 Subaru Impreza WRX. And then behind him is going to be Mr. Michael Pastor in his 2016 Audi S3 8-valve.
Alrighty, we're ready for our next class. We have Audi and Subarus, a very different caliber here, so let's see what they do.
Let's start with car number 820, that 2003 Impreza wagon. This is a Super 200 car. This is obviously a Subaru WRX wagon. Let's talk about him for a second. He's been an avid import car enthusiast for the last 25 years. He's a senior master Subaru tech at Champ Subaru. He's been working on these cars for 16 years now. Before Subaru, he was a Honda tech for 2 years. In 2020, he started upgrading the Impreza to be more fun to drive, and it just took off from there. Once again, to anybody that's part of this, what we love, we call this a disease. You put one mod on a car, and the next thing you know, it has 1,000 of them. We asked him how he obtained his vehicle. He said he purchases his used vehicle as a daily driver, and that's where it starts, guys. He started drag racing 20 plus years ago, but he's got 3 years in autocross and time trials. He has absolutely driven here at Pikes Peak International Raceway before. He recently attended Slush Motorsport Festival Hot Lap participant. His motivation comes in many forms: the thrill of racing, acquiring new skills to drive at his highest performance, being challenged by difficult projects and overcoming them, improving ways to be faster, efficient, and win is the goal, and setting a good example for others to follow is where his motivation comes from. Mr. Eric Williams sounds like a blast to be around. He sounds like a great guy, and we can't wait to see what kind of lap times he sets. So currently, fastest time of the event is absolutely Mr. Ben Dankers. This has been great to see. Ben did a 57.464, and he's chasing a 53.097. Now, I'm sure Ferris Khartoumi wanted to beat his own record in Hagsman's car, and whatever's going on, I really hope they get it figured out, because I'd love to see one of them do it. But it's great to see these other competitors who've never driven here really pushing, getting back out there to try and hit those lap times. For someone to go out for the first time and go sub-minute here, it's a lot of commitment. And they had a little bit of practice yesterday. You know, let's not pretend like they have 0 laps here, but when you're in competition, when everything is real and, you know, no matter what you do, these are the laps that count, that's really what matters. Here comes Mr. Eric Williams. Eric Williams in his Subaru Impreza wagon. I really love uncommon cars. You know, you tell someone you saw a Subaru at a track event, they'd be like, what's uncommon about that? But let's be real. How often do you see a Subaru wagon at a track event? That's what we're talking about. And yeah, we've seen them, but you also saw an Impreza, an STI, a WRX, and a STI hatchback, not the old wagon style. These are the cars you expect to see. Seeing that out there, hopefully he really lays it down and shows these other guys that the uncommon car can still be the fast car. And there he is on his first flying lap. These cars do sound great coming down the front straight, too. I'm not going to lie. I'd never tell you what I love or hate. I would love to hear Cable's Viper because that car just makes me happy. But these people are really picking up speed and carrying it through the Roval. You know, what you can't tell, what's very difficult for you to see is how much speed they really are carrying onto the front straight. But they are high commitment out of that final corner. And here he is with a 107.098 as his first lap. Right there is Lincoln with a 105.491. And you know what? This is an awesome car. It's a 2016 Audi S3 8-valve. You know, these are the kind of cars you see cruising down the freeway, not on the racetrack. So I love seeing that. With a 103.156. Very competitive cars out here. I love seeing them run close to each other. What we need is for them to take their first lap and build upon it. The only downside of running very close lap times to the cars in front of you is you get stuck in a groove. If you've ever been on track before behind another vehicle, you know that you kind of get in the groove with them, and even if you were faster than them, you end up just sticking the same pace. So I hope these drivers don't get stuck in that kind of situation. Eric Williams down to a 106.291 in his wagon. He has taken a second off a lap there. If he can do that every lap, it would be great. It does look like Lincoln went slower, though. Lincoln lost a little bit of time. Hopefully he didn't use all of his tires on that first lap. 102.885 by Mr. Michael Pastor, which is fantastic. What will happen is the weather's great out here. Let's not lie. It's nice and cool, but the sun is out. Anyone who drives on track knows having the sun out but cold air temperature is going to be the lap times. Engines are happy, tires are happy. But if you scrub too much tire on the warm-up or on your first lap, you scrub too much tire, you can really hurt the rest of the session. Not necessarily going to destroy the tires, but they may be greasier than you expected them to be, so you make some mistakes. Could Lincoln pick up a little faster lap this time? He did, a 104.910, getting closer to Mr. Michael Pastor in that Audi. Ooh, little bit of fire coming out of the back. You know, the things you see at the racetrack that just bring you joy, okay? You know, you can go to a local parking lot and throw some flames out, but when you see it on the racetrack, out of anger, there's no better feeling. Michael Pastor in that Audi S3, he's been competing for about 8 years. Now, he may not be competing on the big circuits, but he's bringing himself out here to show that he's worth it. You can obviously tell that he has a lot of experience in that car. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to talk about right now. All I see is fire coming out of the back of a car. That's exciting to me. I don't know about you guys. But this was the gentleman I was talking about, the Audi. We're going to call him Michael Pastor. He's actually Italian. I'm reading this like it's a taco meat, but it's Pastore. But, you know, let's not lie to each other here. I've never been the best at saying names. He's been road course racing for a little bit over 8 years. He's been building this car and other vehicles, and you know what I love about it is he took a car that he really enjoyed and he turned it into a road course car. He didn't go buy a pre-built chassis. He didn't go, I'm going to go buy the next hot thing. I'm going to take my Audi 4-door, my 8-valve, and just go out there and crush it, and it's what he's doing right now. He is currently the fastest one on track with a 102.885, so obviously he knows what he's doing. Eric Williams, on the other hand, has just been picking up speed. He's down to a 105.976. This is the fourth group going out. Don't forget, Group 5 is going to be Jake Graham, Joaquim Sangard, Rich Enriquez, and Brian Janouche. Once again, that's Jake Graham, Joaquim Sangard, Rich Enriquez, and Brian Janouche. These drivers obviously have put down their fastest laps. They're on cooldowns, maybe coming in to check tire pressures. But while that's going on, let's see what Les and Tiffany and our team on the ground has found.
be sure and visit the paddock. Wander around. There's quite a few vendors here still moving in, but check the action around K-Series. Great supplier of a lot of the products that you've got out on course. Get to see them run what they brung.
Looks like we have 3 minutes until the next group goes out. Now, I don't see his car out there. I may be losing. Oh, he is. He's out there in car number 55, Mr. Jake Graham. Joaquin Sangard's car number 167. Rich Enriquez, car number 469. And Brian Janouche, car 070. These are the guys going out in what's called TA5. This is going to be the fifth group. I really like these small car short sessions. It gives them a chance to push as hard as they can without fear of going off or ruining 10 other people's laps. Obviously, the whole point of time attack is to push yourself, push the limits, and sometimes that does involve you going off, and if someone goes off in front of you, you got to slow down. It hurts the lap, you know? But it's really nice to see these small car run groups that really, really help them just be in the zone with themselves, them, the car, the track, the clock. That's all a time attack driver wants. They want to be out there with themselves, the track, and the clock. And with how well this facility takes care of their track, I bet you everyone on track is excited. Everything is nice and swept and clean. They went everything front to back. These drivers have an amazing track out there right now to set some fast laps, along with the weather, the sun being out to make sure the tire temps are good.
All righty, here's what I like about this event. Like I said, I talked about the diversity, but we've got a few trucks here I got to check out. Dion, tell us about this beast behind it.
This is a 1994 Ford F350. Was built about, I'd say, a year and a half ago, and still in progress, doing lots of work to it. We take it to SEMA in Las Vegas for a big show there. And then we've got the second truck here, both trucks, and that one's called Excursion, kind of a play on names. That one's a Ford Excursion 2003. That goes to SEMA also. It's been there for the last 3 years. And that's what we do. We're called Dion's Customs. I'm Dion, and these are my builds.
Oh, man. Told you, variety of everything out here in the paddock. Loads of fun. Come meet the vendors. Come check out Dion's stuff. He's got some cool stories about this. All righty. I am loving this, Dion. Thank you.
And here we are with TA5 going back out on track. This is going to be the 5th group going out on track right now. Being led out by Mr. Jake Graham in number 55 is Subaru WRX. He's being followed by an STI hatchback. Not a wagon, a hatchback. We have all sorts of Subarus out today. Honestly, you wouldn't call it Time Attack if there weren't Subarus. They really are a staple of this sport. They're very attainable for the average person. There is so many available parts out there from big name companies. And, you know, it's one of those, some people love the sound, some people just love how easy it is to get one and to work on it. So I love seeing them out here. It's great. These kind of people bringing these cars out really help the sport itself. So, you know, Subarus may not be my jam. I may be an Evo guy. I love showing my bias, but I love seeing these guys coming out and competing. So it looks like we have Jake Graham in the number 55 being followed by an A90 Supra. You can't get away from that, boys and girls. I love the 890. That's Rich Enriquez in 469. This is Joaquin Sengard in car 167, Subaru STI hatchback. And come on now, who doesn't love an R32, right? Brian Janouche in his car number 070 R32 Skyline GTR. So for those of you wondering how these cars were set up, it was kind of based off practice and what people thought they would or what they have run in the past. Like all other events, after this session, after sessions 1 and 2, after lunch, I believe, they're going to re-rack them, and we're going to be based on speed differentials. So come then we won't have people catching up with others. Let's see what kind of lap times are being set right now. Let's see how close or far they are from each other. Jake Graham did a 107, but Rick Enriquez with a 102.543 caught him really quick. Now, there is some negative here. I always try to tell these drivers the same thing. Mind your gap when you go out, because you know what? Rick did a 5-second faster lap, but the biggest problem is he caught him, and now he's right behind him. You know, he got around him, obviously, but all that does is hinder him in the long run. You got to mind the gap, my friends. There's only 3 of you out there. There's no reason to be that close to each other. Joaquim in the R32 did a 108. I'm sorry, Brian Janouche in the R2 did a 111.464. Joaquin did a 108.001. Look at that car rotate. You know, that was almost on a pivot right there. When I took a quick glance over, it almost looked like he was starting to slide to the right, made that turn to the left, and the car just stuck. These A90s are obviously very, very good cars. They're something you're going to continue to see a lot of. The Jackie Dings of the world helped develop these cars to a point where they're so easily attainable to go fast with. Someone has done a lot of the hard work to get everything ironed out for you, which is great. But because of that, these cars actually are fantastic to see. And I'm sure from this angle you could see all those tire marks on the ground. I think it's pretty obvious the drifters have been putting their mark down there. Rich Enriquez getting very close to a sub 1 minute lap. He's at a 101.024 in Classic 200. This is classic, though. Okay, look, the class is called Classic 200, but we want to talk about classic Japanese race car. Look at this R32 looking period correct. He's on the correct looking wheels. He doesn't have any crazy aero. This looks like a factory race car. This is how they used to look back in the day when they were doing sports car racing and wheel to wheel. This is what you would have seen, and this brings back some crazy memories for me. I remember picking up magazines from 7-Eleven when I was young, Super Street, other magazines when you couldn't find these things on the internet because it wasn't a thing. Seeing someone continue to keep that legacy alive by building something that looks similar to that, nothing but love. But let's not lie to each other. We love the extreme time attack builds too. Anything Japanese culture I gotta love, and it's great to see more than just imports out here going fast. I think one of the best things that happened to this sport is the American culture came into it. Time attack is obviously a sport that started in Japan. John Naderi, Nads of everything fame. If you don't know who John Naderi is, do a 5-second search on the internet. He came back one day from Japan working at Super Street and said, hey, we got to do this. And that's how the inaugural Super Lab battle happened at Buttonwillow, California. That was the first serious time attack event in the United States. And he found this in Japan, and you know what? There was really no American competition. And then slowly but surely, the Camaros, the Corvettes, the Mustangs, the Focuses, all these cars started coming in, and I think that's really what's helped grow it so much. You have so many vehicles out there now. It's not just the same 5 cars. Brian Janusz with a 108.420 in that period correct R32 Skyline. So it does look like Rich Enriquez may have come back in, possibly to check tire pressures. Possibly I missed him out on track. But what he is right now is 1 second off of a sub 1 minute lap.
I'm here with Ben Dankers. We're in the garage. He's trying to make some adjustments. Tell us what you're working on now, Ben.
Oh, we ripped off the new splitter that we put on just for this event. So, you know, that banking's very aggressive, so it decided to take it out. But we'll get it fixed and be back on tracks shortly, so it should be good.
I know that this vehicle, it's the first time on the track or any event, right? And I remember you have a special friend that it's dedicated to. Tell us a little about your friend.
Oh yeah, my buddy Roby, who passed away a couple years ago, big in the Evos, and so we built this car as a tribute, so to speak, right? And this is its kind of a first shakedown run, first shakedown event, and so far I'd say it's going really well. I'm glad to be out here at PPIR and be part of the Ascend event. So it's great stuff.
Well, it's so awesome that you have such a great cause behind the entire thing. Best of luck to you next round.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Mr. Ben Dankers right there speaking to Tiffany. Like I said, the man can drive. He's a great man, but he's not out there to tell you he's the best. He's here to do better every day, and gotta love it. And behind Tiffany was actually Tim Shepner's Evo 9 being worked on by his crew. Hopefully nothing serious, maybe some small setup adjustments. I got to see him go out there and lay a flyer too. But right now we have car number 070, Mr. Brian Janusz, out on track in his R32. This car was obviously built to do lap after lap because he's had no issues whatsoever staying out there. There's car 55, Mr. Jake Graham. It's great to be able to show you this. What a lot of people don't know that don't follow Time Attack is you'll see a competitor go out, do 1 or 2 laps, come and get their tire pressures checked. It's very important the pressures are even after you do the track, because there's more left-handers than right-handers, or right-handers than left-handers, depending on what orientation of track you're running. You want them to be even, and you know what? If you start with the same pressure all around, it doesn't end that way. Jake is very, very versed in Time Attack. He has driven quite a few cars at quite a few events, so he knows what it takes to go out there and go fast. I'm sure he used this session to lay down a banker and figure out where he can improve, and having his team check these pressures are going to help him have a fantastic starting pressures next session. This session has been checker flagged. I'm not sure if they threw it before or after this Skyline went out, but we'll find out right now. It looks like he's going to finish this lap, and then we're going to go to the next set of cars. Here is a beautiful shot of the surroundings of Pike Peak International Raceway. Obviously, we know the mountain is behind this drone, but it's so beautiful out here. You know, you think of Pikes Peak, all you think about is the mountain. All you think about is the most dangerous hill climb in the world, the most prestigious, basically everything, anything and everything to hill climbers. But from here, you could see that just off the freeway, we have this beautiful track ready to be driven on. A lot of the competitors that went up Pikes Peak tested here at the track, and Pikes Peak International Raceway opens their doors to these people. They're not here to make $1 million or to take your money. They're here to help people grow. Obviously, events get put on here. That's what these tracks are about. But what Pikes Peak International Raceway does for their local community and for the competitors that go up the hill is more than anyone could explain.
Hey, we put the word out to the Nissan crowd, and thanks, community. We got some parts. Ferris, keep working, but tell us what you discovered and what happened here.
So what seemed to happen is as I was getting on the bank, the axle broke, which is like probably the best case scenario. So typically like the drive shaft or diff would go, but for some reason it was the axle. So thank God O'Reilly's down the street had a replacement axle, and I just went down there and picked it up, and now I'm going to put it back in.
Ah, there you go. How is that? On the fly fixing. Good luck, Ferris and crew. This is a great car to watch.
And here we go for TA6.
I'm here with David Hogsma. He has been so gracious to let Ferris break his car for him. Tell me, are you going to let him have a second chance?
Yeah, of course, because we found out that you could just get spare axles at O'Reilly's down the street. So we're going to let him send it again. The tires are still fresh. You know, he barely got started on that lap and it snapped an axle. So the axle's been in that car since I've owned that car. So 60,000 miles daily, launched, street driven, you know, and then a bunch of track time and a lot of horsepower. So it was just probably time that was going to break. So nothing he did, you know, he's a great driver and I trust him, and we'll send him out one more time and then we'll see what, you know, who's driving the rest of the day and stuff like that.
Are you eager to get out there yourself?
Yeah, I'm eager to see what lap time we can do with fresh tires. We're a little off the pace with what I wanted to do, but we're just a little down on power. The elevation kind of kicked our butt a little more than I thought it would. And I don't have aftermarket turbos to just crank up the power. So next time I'm coming, we're going to have another maybe 300-400 horsepower, and then we'll be good.
Sounds like a good plan. All right, best of luck to you.
While Tiff was talking to Mr. Hagsma, we got TA6 starting. We have Daniel Escobar in his 8th gen, or no, yeah, that's an 8th gen Civic Si, and Ernie Ramirez in his Evo 10. Now, for those of you that don't know, David Hagsma is a silent assassin, okay? I am sad that they had an issue in the first laps of the first session, but I guarantee you if they get that car fixed, he's a force to be reckoned with. He's the kind of driver that just shows up and goes fast. He's won more things than I can tell you locally, and he is obviously the kind of person that when you show up and see him there, he's the guy you got to watch out for. So really happy to see him out there. One of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. So hopefully whatever they got going on, they can come out and bring it strong. These drivers on track right now have already done their warm-up laps, so these laps are going to be hot. It does look like Mr. Daniel Escobar came into the hot pit, so he did not complete his flying lap. He did a warm-up lap, and he's bringing it into the pit. So whatever his issue is, it's something that he feels his team can't fix in the hot pit, so hopefully whatever it is, they get it taken care of quickly. Now, on the other hand, Mr. Ernie Ramirez is going to take this opportunity to go as fast as he can for as long as he can. Ernie, first lap, a 103.719. Hard to compare it with anything, but he is in Classic 200, and that would make him very competitive in the class.
In the Paddock. Just a reminder for trip drivers. Drivers meeting at 10:30. Drivers meeting at 10:30 in the tech area. That's located in the stuff truck. Bring your tech sheets to tech with you. Bring your tech sheet to drivers meeting. We will put them there, and we will see you all at 10:30.
It does look like this is going to be Ernie's session, so let's give Ernie Ramirez some love. His second lap still in the 103s, but just, you know, chopping it down little by little.
All righty, back to it. Here we are, checking out, highly anticipated, going to see what the American Muscle will do out on course this time. First time out today, expect some speed. They're still doing some tweaks as they're getting ready to go competition level. So this is going to be fun. Tommy is gearing up. He's set up. He's amped up. Let's have a great time with this one.
And that was Mike Dussold's car with Tommy Boylo coming out, which is fantastic to see. We will see that in the next set of sessions. Does look like Mr. Ramirez here is on a cool down lap. So while he's doing that, for those of you that are joining us fresh, let's talk about it, guys and gals. You're here at the inaugural Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival put on by Pikes Peak International Raceway and Hot Import Nights. This is a new style time attack event being held here at Pikes Peak International Raceway. It has 3 classes. We'll go over those at a later date. But what we do have going on is first person to break the lap record gets $10,000. Fastest of the event gets $10,000. There's a total of $50,000 in payouts here. And, you know, for U.S. Time Attack, that's basically unheard of. There have been a couple events with payouts like that, and they all had some caveats. Life Motorsports won a payout of $50,000 when they beat HKS and Nob Taniguchi at the inaugural speed ring at Auto Club Speedway. So it's not unheard of, but it is unheard of for a local event to put on something like this. Pikes Peak International Raceway really wants the sport to grow, and they want it to grow out of here. So they have put their money where their mouth is, along with our sponsors, who, without them, we would not be able to do what we do.
For all time attack sessions, please be prepared.
Oh, this is a beautiful shot of the Dussold Designs Pikes Peak Camaro. They are of Pikes Peak fame. They've also ran Super Lap Battle and other events. They are not shy of time attack events, and I believe that's Tommy B. That's going to be Tommy Boileau going out in that car, which is going to be great.
All righty, now we just saw the Camaro pull out. It's been prepped. Bob, tell us about this car and the history of it. I recognize some other competition stickers on it.
Sure, it's been around a long time. Mike Dussold with Dussold Designs in Texas built the car. He owns it, builds it, and drives it. And he's brought Tommy in to race it up Pikes Peak the last 4 years. And we had a mishap up there 2 weeks ago in practice for the Pikes Peak. Had a problem with the car. Tommy ended up slamming it into a guardrail at 120 miles an hour. Tore the whole left side off the car. The guys took it home, thrashed to get it ready for here. We knew we couldn't make Pikes Peak, but we wanted to make it to this Ascend event. So we tested yesterday, sorted out some gremlins after tearing, the car was torn apart. We got it all back together and put it up on jacks last night in the garage. Everything was good. We were ready for the first session this morning. We got here, opened the garage, and all the coolant had leaked out. So we had a coolant tank failed, so we had to take the car apart, weld that back up. So this is our first time out. We're stickered up and ready. We'll see if Tommy can throw down.
Hey, I think it sounds great. Awesome thrash this morning. That'll get you going for the day. So what are the big goals for this weekend? Have y'all set a time estimate that you're shooting for?
That's easy. The record's a 53.097, so we need a 53.096.
There we go, folks. Going to be a lot of fun. Like I said, I love watching these classic muscle cars come out and compete in this. A great mix of old technology, new technology, and everything fast.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
For those of you paying attention at home, that's a 54.95 by Tommy when the record's a 53.0. So it does look like Tommy is the closest person so far to breaking the overall track record with a 54.488. Woo!
All right, standing by with Bob. We're finding out some things. First time out on 54.9 on the lap there. Watching this beauty make the paces. You called out something. They're not quite hitting the top speed on the back. What's going on?
Well, we're still got the Pikes Peak gears in it, so we were geared to top out at 160 for Pikes Peak. We needed more gear for here, so we was hitting the rev limiter halfway down the back straight. So we might have to change it. I don't know if we're gonna have time. It takes about 3 hours, but we might change them tonight for tomorrow. But right now we did a 54.4. That's not good enough, but it's the best. It's the best so far today.
So when I was road racing, that kind of thing, if we didn't have the gears for the straightaway, we focused on making the turns faster. Are you able to make any aero changes to this?
Not really. I mean, we actually been working on picking up more speed in the bank, which we did. He picked up another 5 miles an hour just now this morning, but that just makes the rev limiter happen sooner. So we have to put a taller gear in it, or that's as fast as it'll go.
All righty, there you goes, folks. Lots of strategy in this.
Yeah, thanks.
It's closing in on that Porsche.
Oh, here we are with these times. Okay, so we have Chris Shellhart with a 101.492. Chris Strouch with a 105.663. But the story right now of this session is Tommy Boileau with a 54.488. So close to the overall record. About 1.4 seconds off. He really wanted to get around that car right there to start another flyer. He was dipping left, dodging right, little shake and bake right there. Now he's ready to start another flyer. Let's see what he's got in it. You can really tell he's pushing this car. There was a lap, 2 laps ago, where he was coming onto the front straight, and he was just at opposite lock coming off of that turn. It does look like he's coming in. The 54.488 is going to be the fastest lap of this session for him. He did set 5 laps, the final one being a 57.279, but he did have to get around some traffic on the infield. Here we have a great shot of some competitors. At the very edge there on the left, that's Tim Shepner in his Evo 9. Then we have Clayton Yates in his C7 Corvette. Then closest to us, Mr. Ben Dankers in his Evo 9. We have two beautiful wide-body Evos. You all know where I stand with this, but Clayton in the middle has been flying. Clayton shows up to an event, he always goes fast. So it looks like we have three super fast competitors sitting on grid right here.
Release me, baby. I can feel the tension taking over me. Oh, won't you save me? I need redemption.
While these cars are lining up and getting ready to go out on session, let's go ahead and get a quick word from our sponsors.
Well, I'm just out of school and I'm a real cool. I got the jump, I got the job, I got the message. I'm alive, I'm a wild one. Woo, I'm a wild, wild one.
Your car is more than just a mode of transportation. It's a member of your family, a best friend. And like anything you care deeply for, you want it to look and feel its best. We understand that everyone's car is unique, and that's why at J9's Luxury Auto Detailing, we customize our services to meet your specific needs.
Release me, baby. I can feel the tension taking over me. Oh, won't you save me? I need redemption.
Fresh off the track, tell me how did it feel out there, Chris?
Pretty slippery. I don't know why, but seems like the tires are getting hot really fast and losing traction pretty quick. So slippery, but we're still improving times.
So what's your game plan next?
Lower tire pressures, different tires, and try to get under the 1 minute mark is my goal for the day.
Right, well, you're real close. You're right there. We thought you were at 58, but you're actually at 101.
The system gave me a totally different time. I might have stayed out there longer if I knew that their system got something different. But either way, we're going to try some different tires and go back out and give it our best shot.
I'm curious, tell me, why is this BMW so much wider than others?
Well, it's not actually a BMW. So this is a GC10, they call it. It's a tube frame chassis is built in Belgium for like the 24 Hours of Spa and the Belgian Grand Prix. And so it's actually a mid-engine LS3 motor back there. They just made them look kind of like a BMW to be a silhouette car, something that, you know, the audience could relate to. But really, there's nothing BMW about it, so except the headlights and taillights.
And how did you acquire the vehicle?
It was a trade deal. Yeah, we got another race car and then ended up trading back that guy for this one. So kind of a funny story, but yeah.
All right, well, best of luck to you next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Soon to have TA2 coming out. Soon to have TA2 coming out. It does look like if he fixes everything in TA3, we'll have David Hagsma on track. In TA2, we have Clayton Yates, Tim Shepner, and Scott Crouch.
Now, that was a lot of fun in that last heat. Lots of practice going on. You're turning the wick up, but somebody was in your rearview mirror. What's that about?
Oh, yeah. Tommy came up on me quick, and I was trying to watch him. I see him on the track, and he was catching me. And I don't have this, my only mirror. So all of a sudden he was there. But I knew he was going to catch me.
Hey, both of y'all are putting on a great show, great competition. Totally different approach. You've got the somewhat modernized muscle car from the 60s over there. You've got your early 70s 914, but not exactly. It's not exactly mid-engine anymore either.
It is mid. Well, yeah, I guess it is mid-engine still, rear engine now, I guess. Yeah. So, we did quite a bunch of changes on it. It's an LS7 twin turbo, so it's not, we call it a Porsche Chevy. So
a Porsche Chevy. All righty, tell us what the horsepower numbers are on this guy.
Right now, we got her dialed down a little bit, so she's doing about 865 in horsepower, about 835 in torque.
All right, so following the F1 crowd that I'm with, a lot of the times, when they start dealing with altitude, they start changing the pressure and all of those kind of things around the tires, the downforce, the brake cooling, and certainly the horsepower changes. What have y'all done differently here?
Well, that's what the guys right here behind me are starting to work on. They're going to make a few changes with the tire. We've been documenting everything, so they're going to make a few changes with the tire pressure. We're actually going to put on a fresh set and see how they handle in session 3, a little bit lower pressure, and just go from there.
All righty, best of luck.
Thanks so much.
Here we are with TA2. That's Scott Crouch in car 429 starting his first flyer. Behind him is going to be Mr. Clayton Yates. And Tim Shepner is still in the hot pits. It looks like his team is double checking tire pressures, maybe torquing the wheels one more time, and they're going to go ahead and send it. Tim Shepner and Ben Dankers are pitted together. They're good friends. The same crew, same group of friends is working on both cars. So it's good to see them over there working with each other. That right there was car 429's first flyer. Let's see what kind of lap time he sets down. I'm sorry, that was him starting his first flyer. This is a, comparatively speaking, very basic Subaru. It's got a nice wing on it, no big front splitter. It's just driver out here, mechanical grip, trying to lay down the fastest lap he can. We know what Clayton Yates can do. He's already laid down a sub-minute lap first time out. Let's see if Mr. Crouch has picked up any tips and tricks from his last session out. .107.297. It does look like Tim Shepner is going out. He's being released from the pits. Clayton Yates coming across start finish here. It was a 102, but he doesn't seem to be on the beans. There we have Tim Shepner getting ready to start his first flyer. Let's see if Clayton Yates. Yeah, it does look like Clayton Yates was doing kind of a slow warm-up because a 102 is definitely well below what he can do. Looks like we have Tim Shepner starting his first flyer also. My people downstairs tell me that Clayton Yates did have to adjust his wing. The rules here in these classes allow X amount of space out, 3 inches splitter, 3 inches wing. And it was found that Clayton Yates' wing was poking out just a little bit. He did make a small adjustment on it. It is 100% within the rules. Maybe he's getting acclimated with the car again. Obviously, some people would think that that doesn't make a big difference, but obviously when you've been driving a car with a specific setup for a long time, you have to learn it new. Same thing is going on with Ben Dankers and Tim Shepner. Their wings usually are further back. They usually run bigger splitters, but obviously with the rules of this event, they have to get used to the vehicles how they are. There was Scott Crouch with a 106, but he was followed by Clayton Yates doing a 58.461. And Tim Shepner on his first flyer at a 101.354. Let's see if Tim picks up any speed on this following lap. It does seem to be a lap after lap here. Obviously, in theory, you're going to set your fastest lap on the first lap, but this track is so short that it may take a little longer than that one warm-up to get your tires to that optimal place. If you saw, Clayton Yates did a couple 104, 105 laps and smashed a 58.4. This is going to be hurting Tim, though. Mr. Scott Crouch slowing him down a little bit right there. Looks like Tim's going on down the inside. He's going to try to set another flyer, but odds are you'll see another lap after. Even with that, Tim with a 1 minute flat on that lap. He absolutely has the pace and the speed. Let's get in that sub 1 minute area and work it from there. Clayton, on the other hand, seems to be playing a smart game. He did one flyer, one cooldown, one flyer, and he's on a cooldown. Now, he may be on another flyer, or he may be doing a cooldown to bring the tires back in, but he's not full sending it every lap, and that's a good way to make sure the car and the tires survive the session and go deeper into the day. Most competitors bring 2 sets of tires for 2-day events, but you don't want to burn up that first set in the first 2 sessions. Look at these times. Clayton Yates with a 58.461, but Tim Shepner with a 59.977. Both of them technically chasing Ben Dankers, who will be coming out in the next session. This event really is turning out to be tighter and tighter. Now, obviously, we want to see someone break the overall. We don't want to leave this $10,000 on the table. It does look like Tim may have found the limit. He did a 59.77 followed by a 1 minute and then another 1 minute. I don't think he's found the limit of the car. I think he found the limit of this session. Tire pressures, alignment settings, engine temps, tire temps. He is a true time attack car. What I mean by that is the car is set up to do 1 fast lap, maybe 2. With cars like that, things like alignment settings, they grease the tires out. You want something that is on the pointy end. You want something that when you turn, it responds. But the downside of that is it also puts heat into tires much faster. The pros of that is you get a fast lap quickly. The downside of that is you can't do a bunch of fast laps in a row. Now, the benefit of a track like this is it allowed him to do 3. At most other tracks, you're not going to be able to do 3 hot laps and expect the tires to even survive, let alone give you competitive lap pace.
Alrighty. Hey, in the past, I had a Chevy truck, threw a small block in it. Jessica, tell me about this one. You did.
So this one's got a 5.3 LS, twin turbo, running a Holley ECU, 100 shot of nitrous. Haven't used that one yet. That's more of like the scramble. It's just our fun daily driver. Just make smoky burnouts.
In case you got to get the ice cream home fast.
Exactly.
There you
Don't
go.
want it to melt or the beer to cool.
There you go. There you go. Hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have the drag racing later on. Definitely keep an eye on this one. I'll be checking in with Jessica later on.
That right there is the end of TA2. Clayton Yates leading the session with a 58.461, followed by Tim Shepner to 59.977, and then Mr. Scott Crouch at a 105.058.
Attention, drift drivers. We're doing drivers meeting 10:30 at the South Garage in the tech bay. Bring your tech sheets to the drivers meeting. Drivers meeting 10:30 in the tech bay for drifters. Drag racers, we're also going to do a drivers meeting at 10:30 right over by the tech area as well. Bring your tech sheets there as well. them there. And again, drivers meeting at 10:30 for drag racers and drifters, please.
Looks like Ben's really trying to put heat into those tires in that lap. Let's see what we can do on this flyer. You know, of all these competitors, 3 or 4 just really go full send off the rip, and Ben is having 0 commitment issues today. Looks like he might have taken a little bit too much curbing there. Didn't help him set up the next corner, but, you know, his lap time will explain whether I'm right or wrong right now. $59.401 on that first lap. Sub-minute right off the rip. Let's see what he's got out of this car this session. This seems to be the Ben Dankers show. No one's upset about that. This car has garnered immense popularity at this event. In the garage, people are nonstop coming up to it, him and Tim Shepner. Obviously, they're pitted next to each other. When you have a couple of wide-body Evos sitting at the racetrack, it's hard not to have the people come and want to see it. and that was a 1 minute 5:37. So looks like he's lost a little bit of pace. I'll have to have a discussion with him and his team, see if they're trying new things, maybe trying a new setup. I know that at the beginning of the event, the tuner, Tony, had to make a few slight adjustments, obviously probably elevation-based, etc. But in practice, he said it was zero issue whatsoever. It was uneventful is the way I believe he put it, which is probably the best thing you can say for a practice session. So here we have the Dussold design Camaro back out, but this time being driven by Mike Dussold himself. Let's see if he can go out there and lay down a faster lap time than Mr. Dankers.
I've got Tim Shepner here making some tweaks on his vehicle. Tell me, what are you guys working on?
First session out, we were having major breakup issues. Turned out to be loose wiring on the number 4 cylinder. Quick diagnosis, got the wires back in, we're good. Went out second session, improving on time. So now, right now we're just making sure everything's buttoned up and tight. So send it the next session, so we should be good to go.
And what time are you going for?
Gonna shoot for a 57 here.
I love it. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
He is really wheeling and dealing that car. Now, what you're going to notice is his car is bouncy, is what you would say, right? But the car is built to go up the mountain, and a week ago was the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. You have to be very compliant going up the mountain. You can't be super stiff because that'll just fly you off. Oh, a 56.562. Mike Dussold really pushing that car. 53.097 still on the table is the record, but obviously Mike and his team, Tommy, I think they have what it takes to possibly take this record. I also believe David Hagsman and a few others do too. They just have to go out there and put it all together. That's the hardest part. You could set a record in practice, but that doesn't matter. You have to do it on the day of competition. Well, if Mike's one thing, it's consistent. That was 100th difference. His first lap was a 56.562. That lap was a 56.572. That's great to see. Back to what I was talking about before we talked about the lap time, though. If you watch the car, it bounces a lot. We've learned over time, and I've been blessed enough to see teams do it and go up with stiffer setups and have to change them and listen from professionals who've been up there a bunch of times. You need the car compliant at Pikes Peak. It's a road. It's a mountain road. And if you go up there with a race car setting, you're going to try to take a corner. You're going to lock them up. You're going to bounce yourself off the mountain. It's not going to be a fun time. So you're going to see cars that were built for Pikes Peak really bounce around a regular racetrack. And it's just, obviously, I believe he has a different setup for track driving. I've seen this car at Superlap Battle Coda, and it was not bouncing around. But like we said, Pikes Peak was a week ago. So this car is probably still sitting from the setup from a week ago. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the car did not make it up the mountain. They had an issue, but that doesn't mean the car wasn't set up for it or that it hasn't been up multiple times. Ben Dankers going back out. His team looked at it, spent about 4 minutes in the pits, so let's see if he can set a lap a little bit faster than 59.401. Nope. Looks like whatever they did on Ben Dankers' car, he's coming back in. He started a warm-up but did not get into a flyer. Let's see if he goes straight to his team or if he turns into the pits. Nope, he is going to his team.
All righty. Hey, we talked about all the different activities going on. Hot Import Nights is here. It's not only about imports, folks. It's American muscle trucks. Look at this Super Duty here. Lots of variety, all kinds of cars. Be sure and come on back through the Paddock space to see the car collection that is building. Lots of folks are streaming into the facility right now. I see them backing up towards the highway. So lots to come, way more than what we're seeing this early in the day. We are expecting over 125 cars pre-registered. You can still jump in, get out here, get involved in this. It's a lot of fun. What's that Jaguar doing in the middle of this? All right, that's okay. No judgment. We're here. Look at that. There's a good old Fox body Mustang. Come on, folks. There's something for everybody here.
That was a great little quick shot of early day one car show participants. The event for racing starts much earlier than the car show and concert itself. So it's nice to see these people here early getting set up and trying to watch some of the events going out on track. This is the session led by Mike Dussold, followed by Ben Dankers in that beautiful Evo. 56.562 and a 59.401, both sub 1 minute laps. The track record still stands at a 53.097. For those of you just tuning in, this is the inaugural Pikes Peak International Raceway and Hot Import Nights Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. If you're wondering what these drivers are competing for besides the glory, besides the trophies, it's actually for a $50,000 prize pool. $10,000 goes to the first person to break the track record. $10,000 goes to the person with the fastest lap of the day. And then there are payouts for every class, first, second, and third. The higher the class, the higher the payout. Unlimited is going to have the biggest payout, Exhibition going to have the smallest. That right there was TA3, their second session of the day. We're going to have TA4 coming out very soon for you. We're going to go 4, 5, and 6, and then throw a schedule out for you to see what's going on. After 4, 5, and 6, we're going to have some drift and drag, and we're also going to have lunch. So I'd love for you guys to stick with us for a few more run groups here, and then so you can see where we're going from here. Here we have Eric McWilliams in his car 820 Impreza wagon. Once again, if you didn't hear me earlier, I love seeing cars like this. Obviously, we see Subarus at all events, time attack track events, but to see a wagon out here competing always makes me happy. There's Lincoln in car number 43. That would be Charles Lincoln, but the man loves the name Lincoln and got to respect it. He's been out here laying down some fast laps. Also, we have Chris Lathrop and Michael Pastore in car number 218 out on track right now. That is Lincoln starting his first hot lap. He is in Classic 200. And there is the first flying lap of this session, Mr. Eric Williams, a 107.005. Let's see what Lincoln has to play with. Lincoln with a 105, 106. Remember, this is the second set of sessions for these drivers. After this set of sessions, after this set of groups is over, we're going to restack the entire field based on speed differential. And we'll go ahead and see the fastest cars in the first session and move our way down from there. Michael Pastore with a 103.389 in his Audi A38 valve. Once again, love this car. It looks like something that he just purchased one day to have a daily, and then here he is playing. Oh, love this shot. Look at this at track level shot of Mr. Pastore. Thinks we're going to need to get one of these racing drones out here one day to follow these cars. Michael with a 103.379, picking up some more pace. Good to see. Lincoln in car 43 with a 104.890. Got a little bit of pace to pick up, a little bit over a second behind Mr. Pastore. Lincoln's lap was a little bit slower, a 105.459. Fastest lap being a 104.890 at this moment. Eric Williams has set his fastest lap on the third lap. He was doing the same thing last session, picking up tenths every single lap. So you could tell he's still learning the track. He's still getting comfortable, pushing himself a little bit. It's good. He has a whole nother day here, so there's nothing wrong with inching your way to the top. Michael Pastore picked up about 5 tenths with a 103.174. Eric Williams, a 105.734. If we want to talk about consistency, his first lap was a 107.005, 107.166, 105.987, 105.734. He's just finding his pace and speed. When he's finally absolutely comfortable here and he can lay it down like a 105, 104 on his first lap, I think that's what he's going to really enjoy. Michael Pastore, another 103, about 2/10 off his fastest. He seems to really be comfortable in that car because he goes out and just stays consistent on lap time. Oh, Mr. Lincoln with a 105.197. He's out there. He's pushing it. You could tell the flames coming out. It's no joke. But he seems to have found the limit of the lap speed in this car. Once again, the day is getting later. The temperature's going up. It's not hot by any means. But those morning sessions with the sun out and the nice cool air, these cars were flying. They were loving it. And that right there is how you know a cool down lap is happening. Arm is up. He feels he's done the best he can, and I agree with him. He's always entertaining to watch, Mr. Lincoln over here.
Shifters, drivers meeting, shifters, drivers meeting over here in the tech registration bay. Drag racers, also a drivers meeting over on the west side by the VIP lounge.
That is obviously the end of TA4 Session 2. We still have TA5 and TA6 to come out. Once again, TA5 and TA6 are still left. We still have more people rolling in and starting to fill up this parking lot. It's great to see. For those of you wondering, we have a dyno set up over here by the go-kart track, a dyno for people to be able to see what kind of power numbers they make. Obviously, some people just have modded their car, maybe not completely tuned them, done street tuning, and just want to see. Also, hate to say it, everyone wants that piece of paper for bragging rights. Here we have Session 2 TA5 coming out. Looks like it's being led out by car number 55, Mr. Jake Graham. Jake Graham is already out. Car number 167 being sent out. That's Joaquim Sangard in his WRX or STI hatchback. Looks like we have car number 469 waiting. That's Rich Enriquez. And then car number 070, Brian Janouche in his beautiful R32 Skyline. You can really tell when these drivers are pushing it in the infield. Obviously, you want to stay committed through the oval. But if you're wide open throttle and you're taking the right line every time, all your time is going to be made through the infield. Your lines, your braking zones, how crisp you are on that turn in. It's really nice to see these drivers consistently pushing themselves. Obviously, the hope is that they go faster every session, but more than anything, these drivers want to win their classes. The people capable of it want to win overall. It does look like we have a little smoke coming out of the back of this Subaru, though. Not an uncommon sight in the Subaru world. Could be a little bit of blow-by. Honestly, could be catch can overflowing. It didn't look like it was coming out of the exhaust. It didn't look like to be severe, but it absolutely was something we picked up on this camera. You know, the smoke's becoming more and more. Maybe he has an oil leak. Something is touching something hot underneath the car. Hopefully he's not leaking anything on track, but it is becoming more apparent. So whatever it is, hopefully it's nothing too serious. We do have debris on the track, though. It doesn't look like a body panel, possibly some tape, some gaffer's tape or something that was holding a body panel down. That was a pretty large piece on the track, but it moved so easily like it weighed nothing. Currently, fastest person on the track is car number 167, Mr. Joaquim Sangard. That is flying right now in the session, a 103.061, followed by Jake Graham at a 104.868 and Rich Enriquez at a 106.224. Car 070 at a 111.891. We do have car 167 in. I'm not sure if his pit called him in, but hopefully someone down there saw the smoke coming out of the car. They should really double check that. We do have a debris flag on track right now, debris flag on track, so hopefully they can go ahead and get whatever that is taken off safely. We're going to go ahead and send this to Cowgirl Tiffany.
All right, I'm with Charles Lincoln, all the way from Tacoma, Washington. Tell me about the journey out here.
Oh, it was long. It was about 22 hours, and we're out here with my grandpa. It's his 80th birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Grandpa.
Happy birthday, Grandpa. I don't know where he's at. He's usually right around here, but I don't see him. Yeah, so.
He's out there partying probably, huh?
Yeah, waiting on us.
So tell me about the chassis. What are we working on? What's the lineup?
We're working with 05 WRX. It was built by us, me, my brother, family, just right out of the garage. And it just slowly progressed to this time attack is where it's at.
And what's your fastest and slowest time so far?
Here?
In general.
Fastest and slowest.
Okay, how about this? What's the goal
The goal is to go faster.
Just faster and faster. All right. I like the sound of that. Well, best of luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Someone should let Tiffany know she's spending too much time with Les. Les is wearing cowboy boots out there like he's still in Texas. Got to respect the Texan. And now she's over here wearing cowboy hats doing interviews. Tiff, beware. Now, these cars are here waiting to go back on track. We did have a flag to clear the debris on track. Obviously, we want to keep corner workers safe. It's hard to do a yellow flag pickup on a track this small because they're going to catch up to you so quickly, right? So let's get them back in. Let's get the track cleaned up, and let's get them back out there. So as it stands right now, it does look like the person closest to the record is Tommy B in the Dussold Designs Camaro. He's still off by about a second, 1.8 seconds or so, the record being a 53.097. We also have Mike Dussold himself laying down some flyers. He's about 2-point-something seconds off. In this session alone, we have Joaquin Sangard leading with a 103.061. Remember, we still do have TA6 after this one, but it looks like these drivers are lined up. We should just send a roll race right here. You know, we are at a motorsport festival. Just put them at the end of the pits. Let's set a road race. Track is green. We're going back out. Track is green. Looks like they have enough time to set one, maybe two more laps, so you know they're going to go out there and push it. Obviously, when you've already been on track, you don't have to go out there and try to do a warm-up to bring the tires in. The worst thing that could happen, the worst thing is they came in and waited a few minutes, but this one warm-up lap should bring them back to where they were. He really is pushing it through that infield. Rich Enriquez has no problem sending this car over the curbs. It has a really nice infield complex, you know what I mean? I think probably one of the hardest things for them to do here is the entrance back onto the Roval, getting that angle down where you're not too sharp, where you're scrubbing speed, but you're not too wide where you have to lift because you're too close to the wall. You could see some drivers in similarly powered cars carrying different speed down the front straight because a few people have it figured out better than others. But obviously, same thing's true on the infield. Some people are picking up some really fast time on the infield.
I love this Paddock. So much fun, the car show. Laura, tell us about the Excalibur you brought in.
Well, it's a 1982. It's a Zimmer, actually. 1982 Zimmer. It was my grandpa's, and I got it from him. I don't know.
I love it. Piece of history, family legacy going on. Laura, thanks for bringing this out.
Thank you.
Sorry, they're just talking to me.
Still got a little smoke coming out, but that was a little slower than his fastest. Obviously, whatever's going on with that car is not detrimental, and he's not leaving anything on track, so we're not too worried about it. His fastest was a 102.891, and that was a 103.265. Fastest on track right now is car 469, Mr. Rich Enriquez with a 101.204, though. The 109.589 just laid down by Brian Janusz. What's funny is that is exactly 200 slower than his fastest lap. These drivers are really good at staying in the exact same spot, which is rare, honestly, in a time attack event. And that is Rich Enriquez leading this session with a 101.204, followed by Mr. Joaquin Sangard at a 102.891, Jake Graham with a 104.174, and Brian Janusz at a 109.569 in that period correct R32 Skyline.
All right, we're not done with this Zimmer. One of the things I love about it is classic designing of the cords and the Auburns and things like that. Laura, this came down through the family, so give us a little history of it, and we're going to get a closer look.
Okay, well, my grandpa actually bought it from someone that was in the mafia, and
Are you stalling because you said mafia? Yeah. Is there more history than you want to admit?
Probably. But it has an engine from an 84 Mustang fastback, so it's a 8-cylinder 5.0.
Perfect. So it's got some pep, luxury, style. You got the whole family out cleaning it. This is cool. I love that the family's carrying it on, taking care of this.
Yep, for sure.
And here we are, TA6, Session 2. The people in TA6 are Grant Nickerson, Daniel Escobar, and Ernie Ramirez. Currently does look like we have a one-man show out there, and honestly, I'd be super excited if I was the only person on track. Does look like Daniel Escobar has the track to himself, which is good because all he did was a warm-up lap last session, and he was never able to set a flyer. He came straight into the pits, so whatever his issue was, hopefully they got it figured out and we can see what this car can actually do. This looks like the first time he's coming to the infield in anger. Last time he made it about this far, and you could tell he lifted. He wasn't going any faster anymore. So here he is on that right-left-hand complex. This is their little version of their S's to a reducing radius right-hander to the left-hander that takes you back onto the bank. It looks like he's got this section figured out pretty well. Car seems to rotate very well. Obviously, this isn't 20 years ago where we say front-wheel drive cars can't turn. Technology alone has made front-wheel drive cars competitive as can be, along with reverse stagger setups. With a 103.085, by the way, very, very competitive lap right off the rip. Very good job. It looks like whatever issue they had, they got it figured out. The look is very JDM on this car also. It's one of those, you know, green wheels in the back, black wheels in the front, but that's very common, you know. It's also something you see a lot where they run different color wheels left to right. Looks like he got one flying lap in. Now, it does look like he's coming in. Let me see if he pulls back into the hot pits. Back into the paddock or just the hot pits. Let's see if his team checks tire pressure. There it is. He is coming to the hot pits. It looks like he's going to have his team check out the car. Hopefully he gets back out there.
I'm here with Michael Pastore. Tell me, how's the Audi working out for you so far today?
Pretty good so far. Surprisingly not overheating, although I'm overheating. But yeah, car's running great. Ran a personal best 3 seconds better than I did in 2020, the last time I was here. So overall, pretty good today.
You're going to have to turn on the AC in order to keep it warm. Or keep it cool.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Well, have you had to make any adjustments so far?
Just tire pressures, nothing yet. I mean, knock on wood, nothing's broken, so we'll take that as a win.
All right, well, you seem very cool, calm, and collected.
I try.
All right, well, best of luck to you, Michael.
Awesome, thank you.
Take care.
So it does look like he is going back out on track, but while he goes out for a warm-up, we'd like again to give love to Pikes Peak International Raceway and Hot Import Nights for putting on this Ascend Music Festival. We also couldn't do this without XRP Ledger, J9's Luxury Auto Detailing, MK Mortgage, Strio, Daredevil Coffee, 10th Mountain Whiskey, South Coast Tires, Pepsi, Coors, City of Fountain. Without the sponsors and the supporters like all our fans and these competitors, we wouldn't have badass events like this. So big shout to all of you.
I'm here with Scott Crouch. Please tell me, how's your day been so far?
So far, so good. I haven't been in the car in a while, and it's taken me a few laps to get used to it. The brakes are a little touchy, so that's been a challenge. But the car feels good, and it's staying moderately cool, and just learning the track, and hopefully we'll put down some better times as we move forward.
Who do you think your biggest competitor is out here?
You know, most of these guys I'm not familiar with. I don't do this very often. This is my only second event like this. I do the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and then my passion is rally racing.
Tell me a little bit about rally racing.
I grew up ski racing, and rally racing is about as close to ski racing as you can get. It's all about weight control, and it's all about, you know, left foot braking and just pitching the car into corners, and I love it.
Well, I bet that gives you a leg up in this arena, right?
Yes and no. If it was wet, it might help, but these guys are quick. They spend a lot of time on the track, and I just don't do a lot of track stuff. So,
what is your favorite rally course?
Rally Colorado.
All right, keeping it local. All right, Scott, best of luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Big shot of Pikes Peak. For those of you that are in the know, you know we have a few cars here that have gone up the mountain, Mike Dussold being one of them, and he's one of the fastest cars, if not the fastest car at the event running right now. For those of you that don't know, Pikes Peak is probably the world's most premier hill climb event. It's one of the most dangerous, it's one of the most prestigious, and it's an event that you can't just show up to and run. You have to be accepted. They have to prove that you're worth going up this mountain, because honestly, even the best drivers have incidents. I'm sure if you spent some time online recently, you've seen a video of a truck flipping off the side of the mountain when he lost his brakes. Well, the level that these cars are built and the level of driver in them, he walked right away. And you know what? That does come with the fitness that the driver has to have, the safety equipment that they have to bring to the event, and more than anything, the thought and knowing that if something happens, you have to be quick enough to make a decision, which he did. Pikes Peak is probably one of the most interesting and amazing events in the United States, and the coolest part is Time Attack competitors compete there, and their competitors compete in Time Attack, and it's awesome. Hill climb and Time Attack may be different, but they share the same love. They share the same attack of the clock. Time Attackers are doing it on a racetrack. Hill climbers are doing it from a start-finish on a hill. Pikes Peak embodies everything that is. So we're really blessed to be here in the shadow of Pikes Peak at Pikes Peak International Raceway on this inaugural Ascend Festival. So TA6 has come to an end. We're going to have drifting and drag live here at Ascend. Drifting and drag. The drift is going to be happening in the infield, and the drag is going to be happening here on where the cars come in and out off track. This is legitimate as it gets. Stay tuned. We're going to have this live on the live stream. Also, during this, we're going to make sure that our ground crew goes out there and shows you as much as possible of what's going on out here. This is the end of Time Attack for the next 90 minutes. We are going to have drag and drift going on. We'll make sure we get that out there for you. Our ground crew will do their hardest, put in the most amount of work to keep you up to date. Right now, we're going to give you a quick word from our sponsors before we go live with anything else.
Whether you need paint correction, ceramic coatings, interior or exterior detailing, odor removal, pet hair removal, stain extraction, tint, or PPF clear bra services, we are your guys. So give us a call today or visit j9sdetailing.com to schedule your appointment.
Good job, everybody. Let's have a good time.
MK Mortgage Group is the company to call for your home loan needs. From refinancing, conventional, FHA, and VA loans, we've got you covered. If you're in the market for a new home, talk with us today. Visit mkmortgagegroup.com and we'll get you started.
We are rolling. We'll walk out the back of these. Okay, now that looked like a lot of fun, folks. Dad, is this the way Mom drives?
You know, only on the weekends, you know. Just got to make sure we keep the car at least running for a week. So,
There you go.
yeah,
There you go. Okay, seriously, how much fun was that?
That was ridiculous. I've never been driving like that. I've never seen driving like that in person, so it's been one heck of an experience. So,
Fantastic. So did you get some driving tips, any lessons to take back to the street?
honestly, no, I was having too much fun to even realize what the heck's going on, you know. In between there, when you're going through the turns, I didn't even realize the smoke comes in the car. I mean, I don't know how he was seeing through, but this guy's a professional, so.
Absolutely. Any advice for him?
Please don't drive like that at home.
Oh, what was that? You don't want to go out like yes, no?
I'm good.
All righty, folks. Absolutely. You had to be cool?
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
Some of the ladies are the most amazing drifters you'll ever see. So, yeah, don't let him think you can't get in on this. Folks, family event, beating up on Jacob here. Come out and join the fun.
This is Cuban from Ascend here at Pikes Peak International Raceway. I'd like to thank all of you who have stuck with us through the time attack sessions and to watch the drifting and roll racing that's going on here. We're going to sign off for 30 minutes for lunch. We're going to let our camera crew and our production team sit down and eat. We are slave drivers, but we want to let them get a little bit of grub, right? So we will be back in 30 minutes. One more time, we will be back at 1 o'clock to bring you the next set of time attack cars. We'll be back with time attack session 3 and 4, TA1 through TA6. We'll have all the cars racked out in a different order, and we'll go from there. Once again, we'll see you in 30 minutes. This is Cuban signing off.
Whether you need paint correction, ceramic coatings, interior or exterior detailing, odor removal, pet hair removal, stain extraction, tint, or PPF clear bra services, we are your guys. So give us a call today or visit j9sdetailing.com to schedule your appointment.
Good job, everybody. Let's have a good time.
MK Mortgage Group is the company to call for your home loan needs. From refinancing, conventional, FHA, and VA loans, we've got you covered. If you're in the market for a new home, talk with us today. Visit mkmortgagegroup.com and we'll get you started.
See you